National Obedience Championship event. Coming to you live from the Roberts Center, Eukanuba Hall, here in Wilmington, Ohio. Today is Thursday, July 16, 2026, the first day of this competition. We have team number 318 entering ring 8. I am joined here today with Barb Wedekin-Selton. She is covering ring 1 today. We're just starting our judging for today. Our judge in ring 8 is Carol Met-Tumbley from Georgia. We've got the directed retrieve exercise. The dog is sent for the glove, picks it up, brings it on back to its handler, sits in front. She takes the glove from the dog, and then the dog does a finish, returning to heel position along the handler's left side. Exercise finished. You'll oftentimes see the judge say exercise finished. Sometimes you might hear the judge say that once the exercise is complete. Now we're doing command discrimination. This will be the down, stand, and sit rotation. For this exercise, the dog must respond to the handler's commands and or signals and remain staying in position until the handler returns to heel position. There's a couple of changes here. The handler follows the judge's orders. 3 distinct changes of position. The first one is done with the handler standing next to the dog. The second one is performed with the handler 15 feet away. And for the final change at 30 feet away. And then the judge tells the handler to return to the dog. Next is the stand, stay, get your leash. The handler will stand the dog, leave her dog to get the leash, and then go back to her dog. She has to go outside the ring, pick up the leash.
Turn your dog.
And the judge tells the handler back to your dog. The handler has to return to the position. The dog has to stay stationary there without moving. And exercise finished. Those are the 3 exercises in this ring today. Well done. Let's see. What the score is here. Next dog in is 319. The previous dog lost a half a point. Okay, this is the Doberman. This is Liv with her handler, Carolyn Sword from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Retrieving the glove, having a little good time there retrieving that glove. A little slip on the glove itself, a little bit of mouthing. Enthusiasm this morning, all excited to be showing off in the ring today.
Get back. Get back.
So the dog begins this exercise sitting at the handler's left side in heel position.
Heel.
The judge always asks the handler, are you ready, before they leave, before they tell the handler to leave the dog. Handler's at 30 feet.
Sit back.
And sit.
Turn. Wait.
And the judge tells the handler to return back to their dog. The handler has Next dog in the ring will be dog number 320. That will be a German Shepherd dog with Regina Steiner. And this dog is Jimmy. .319 lost 1 point. This AKC National Obedience Championship event is often called NOC, and it is the most prestigious obedience event of the year. The event is by invitation only, meaning the teams you see competing this weekend have earned an invitation to come. The invitations are based on the number of championship points earned during the previous year. You have the dog retrieving the glove, coming back to its handler, sitting in front, and the judge will say, "Take it." The dog has to give up the glove willingly, and then finish. The dog returns to the handler's left side in heel position. And now we're going to do the command discrimination. All the exhibitors compete today. Everyone that's entered. We've had 141 teams entered. We've got 129 different handlers. 11 handlers are showing multiple dogs. We've got 42 different breeds represented, traveling here from 33 states across the country. Today, all 141 teams will compete in 8 different rings. Each ring in it has 3 exercises in it. The total available points today, cumulative from all of the rings, is 740. And the goal for each team is to lose as few points as possible in each ring. And that's why we're telling you the points off, so that you can see how these dogs are competing in this ring. But then, of course, they have 7 other rings to go through. And once all the dogs are finished competing today, calculations take place, and the top 50 of all of the dogs competing today will go on to tomorrow's competition and show in the morning. Also from today's competition will be the group placements. 320 lost 1 point. Going in the ring now is 321. This is a giant schnauzer with Jennifer Tennyson. This is Arista from Elgin, Texas. Setting up for the directed retrieve exercise. Arista looks happy and spunky this morning. Pivots to the glove. Sends the dog. Oh, a little drop there. Where he snatched it. Coming back to the handler. Oops, the handler dropped the glove. Now the dog has to finish, go back to heel position. A little bit of wandering around there. But remembered what it was doing this morning. We call that a little bit of lack of focus. I think several of us can relate to that. Forgot what they were doing. Okay. We're going to regroup now into command discrimination. This is the down, stand, and sit.
Stay.
The handler downs the dog in heel position. The judge tells her to leave. Goes 15 feet. And now she has to stand, and she did.
Sit.
And sit. position. And exercise finished. Good job. Next dog in the ring, going into the ring, will be 322 Percy, German short-haired pointer with Belinda Benner. Belinda is from Saline, Michigan. The previous dog lost -8 points. Over enthusiasm with the glove cost a little bit. Okay. The steward puts out 3 different gloves. They're named 1, 2, and 3. In this ring today, the dog is retrieving glove number 3. Exercise finished there. Setting up now for the command discrimination. If you're looking for the catalog, that is available on the AKC website, www.akc.org, and if you'll search for the National Obedience Championship, it will take you to the page where all the documents for this event are available. Exercise finished. Next dog coming into the ring is 323. Mooch, German Shepherd dog with Daleen Wymer from Attica, Indiana. Pretty sparkly collar. And the previous dog lost 30.5 points. Unfortunately, there was some lack of going all the way down on that command discrimination. Lots of good work otherwise, obviously. Retriever there. Nice turn back to the handler. Handler takes the glove. And finish with the dog returning to heel position. Our judge, Carol, has been in the sport of dogs for about 50 years, give or take a little bit. Like so many of us, she started by taking her daughter's unruly puppy to a local training class. And she had much success, and like so many of us, she got bit by the bug, as we call it, and has been involved in many dog sports along the way, obedience being her first true love. She started judging in 1999. She loves this sport dearly and has formed many lifetime friendships. She loves all these competitors and their dogs. It becomes a bit of a fraternity where everybody knows everybody. And we love these national events where we get to travel and see people that we don't see except once a year at these national events. They come from all over the country, so it's a pretty special weekend for these exhibitors. Not only did they work really hard to earn an invitation to come here, it certainly is an honor to get that invitation, and then an absolute thrill to come and get to compete with their dogs. And see friends I haven't seen probably for a year in many instances. Okay, our next dog in the ring is 324. The previous dog lost 1 point. 324 is a Siberian Husky, Tikon. And he is with his handler, Sharon Wendelgas from Chester Springs, Pennsylvania. Keep in mind that the dogs you see competing here this weekend, weekday, these dogs are working at the highest level of competition available in this specific sport. You're only seeing 3 of many different exercises they do through a series of showing through the year. Many of these dogs here have earned their Obedience Trial Championship title, which is often referred to as PHT for dogs, the AKC. And it is the highest obedience honor a dog can receive title-wise. For the most part, these handlers are hobby trainers, meaning they are training and competing with family pet. They simply love the sport of obedience competition, put in the time and commitment required to perform at this level. And it does take a pretty good amount of repetition, conditioning the dog, physically and mentally, and being a really good handler. Smooth, not robotic, making everything look so seamless. So the judge basically judges each exercise according to what we call the AKC Obedience Regulations book. There's a description in the book for each exercise that explains how each exercise is to be performed to avoid penalties. And then there's a scoring section that tells the judge how to determine how many points to take for imperfections. And all of that also helps the handler figure out how to train the dog, of course. Next dog in the ring is going to be 325. Golden Retriever Link with Ted Strum from California, Livermore, California. Good to see Ted here again this year. Previous dog lost 1 point. Retrieve exercise. Glove number 3. Pivot with the dog, turn in place to glove number 3. Nice retrieve. Into front. Where Ted will take the glove, tell the dog to finish. Dog goes to heel position, and the judge will say exercise finished. Well done. On to the command discrimination. Down, stand, sit. The dog will down in heel position when the judge gives the first order.
Drop. Wait.
He will stay. The handler will walk 15 feet away. The judge will then tell the handler to stand his dog.
Wait.
He stands, tells the dog to stay, leaves, and now dog is required to sit. and stay until Ted returns to heel position. Okay, exercise finished. Onto the stand stay. Get your leash.
We're ready. Stand. Wait.
Turn your dog.
The next dog coming into the ring will be 326 Newt, German wire-haired pointer, handled by Ariel Wolf from Holly Springs, North Carolina. The golden retriever that just left the ring lost a half a point. The sport of obedience was developed in the 1930s. The first AKC licensed obedience trial was held in 1936 and obviously is still admired by many people. So yes, obedience is 90 years old this year. Does not seem possible. No surprise, a couple of ladies with their poodles were inspirational in getting the sport started. And they just kept hounding AKC. AKC originally started with breed competition, field trials, I should say. Field trials and conformation shows, which you probably have watched the conformation shows on TV numerous times and or seen them in person as well. These ladies were convinced that obedience could definitely be a sport that dogs and people would benefit from, and they were persistent and persevered. And here we are today, 90 years later.
Turn your dog.
Next dog coming into the ring is 327, call name Lumen. The previous dog lost 1 point. Lumen is a poodle, female poodle, with Morgan Kramer from Caseyville, Illinois. Another very pretty collar, all sparkles. Lovely attention. Dog watching its handler intently. She turns in place, sends the dog to glove number 3. Happy retrieve. And we come to sit in front. She gives the glove to its handler. Returns to heel position with an exercise finished. pose for the camera there. By Lumen. And exercise finished. And now we're going to do that stand, stay, get your leash. Obedience basically consists of several basic good dog behavior trainings. You want your dog to walk on a loose leash, come when called, retrieve for you, stay when you tell it to stay, sit down, stand. The previous dog lost a half a point. And this dog coming into the ring is Belgian Malinois 328. This dog's name is Jabot. And he is with his handler, John Crossett, from Westfield, Indiana. Nice retrieve. It's all those skills I was just talking about, and we basically, so many of us just started because we took the family dog to a, what we call a pet training class, where they teach you the how to teach your dog basic dog skills, basic good manners. And from that, you build an incredible bond with the dog. As you can see, a lot of these dogs really watch their handlers, pay a lot of attention to their handlers. It's not just a physical connection, but very much a mental connection that the dog and handler develop. And it really becomes increasingly strong and really special through the training. We talk a lot about teamwork. And that's a dog and handler working together, unison, and paying attention to each other equally, giving to each other what each other needs. It's really, really special. Next dog coming into the ring is 329, Bousseron. This is a female with Judith Mermet from Kingstown, New York. The previous dog lost no points. That was a perfect score in this ring. And this dog's name is Twyla. Dogs absolutely love being a part of the family. They love the connecting with people and trying to figure their people out. We're quite the puzzle to our dogs, and they are quite the observers of us, trying to figure us out because, of course, they don't speak our language. We don't speak their language. Sometimes we think we do, but... And with training, that interaction, that exchange of information and building that bond, it's, that bond. That magic develops through the training and then into the competing, because training can be challenging enough, but taking it out in public is certainly even more challenging, but can be so rewarding competing in the sport itself. At obedience trials, if you're just tuning in and you've not really seen obedience live before, try to get to a local trial and watch the obedience rings. Try to get there early enough. The previous dog lost 1.5 points. Coming into the ring now is Belgian Tervuren. This is Belgian Tervuren 330, call name Player. This is a male Belgian Tervuren with Susan Nemedy from Matawan, Michigan. Okay, ready to get glove number 3. Trots out nicely, picks up the glove, coming to front, and finish. Stand, stay, get your leash. Outside the ring she goes to get the leash. Back to your dog. And exercise finished. The dog coming into the ring is Frogmore, 331 Labrador Retriever with Cat Perry from Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Belgian Tervuren that just left the ring lost 30.5 points. Command discrimination, not wanting to go down on that first command cost him. Okay, Cat set up for the directed retrieve. Okay, is now moving on to the command discrimination. We're going to do the down, stand, and sit.
Stand.
And now the handlers
Sit.
a full 30 feet away. Frogmore has sat. Cat is walking back, returning to heel position. And we've got exercise finished. And now setting up for the stand, stay, get your leash.
Stand.
The dog need only stand on command. He does not need to stand in heel position
Turn your dog.
to earn a perfect score here. Cat walked outside, got her leash. Now she's back to the dog. However, the handler then has to return to heel position to avoid any penalties. Okay, the next dog coming into the ring is 332. The previous dog, the Labrador, lost no points. 332 is Golden Retriever, male Golden Retriever, Scout. And here we have Ted Sturm from Livermore, California. You saw him earlier in the ring with his other Golden Retriever.
Ready. Get back.
Pivot to go retrieve club number 3, enthusiastically romping back, bringing the glove directly into its handler. Happy dog this morning. Now Ted's trying to calm his dog down just a little bit. Very happy and excited to be here competing, Dad. Oh, this is so much fun. Beautiful drop in place.
Stand. Wait.
Handlers love working with this kind of enthusiasm, but boy, sometimes it can be right on the edge and scary. Beautiful focused attention. He's going to wait for his handler to return to heel position. Exercise finished. Ted's trying to keep him calm. You saw that little hand on the chest, basically trying to remind him to just stay calm.
Wait.
Patience is your virtue here today. These dogs aren't used to doing only 3 exercises in the ring, so sometimes they get a little amped up in these early rings. Being the first day of competition, the excitement is in the air and they can feel it. Okay, exercise finished. He's going to calmly walk out of the ring with his dog. Notice that. So he can keep his dog calm. He loves his happiness, but can't have him going over the top. Scout lost a half a point. We've got the next dog in the ring. This is 333, Golden Retriever 0. He is with Joanne Bockhorn from Marine, Illinois. 0 is 6 years old. Scout, the one that just left the ring, is 9 years old. So you can see that His enthusiasm is quite high. So some of you watching may be watching with your first dog, or you're thinking about getting your first dog. Obedience training is just the best. It's really the best gift you can give yourself, your family, your dog. Nothing makes you prouder than having a well-behaved dog. The whole idea of obedience training really is to teach your dog appropriate social behavior with people and other dogs and certainly other animals, you know. Walking out the door and being controlled at home in a controlled fashion, because the dog learns to stay calm and not just zoom out the door, and being able to call your dog off a squirrel. That's what all of this foundational basic obedience does for your dog. It really helps eliminate those annoying behaviors like jumping, digging, barking, chewing, running off, all sorts of crazy stuff. Okay, coming into the ring now is dog number 334. This is Lita. Labrador Retriever, female 6-year-old with Linda Brennan from Columbia, New Jersey. Okay, Linda is setting up for the directed retrieve exercise. I'm going to give a shout out to Bill Craig. He's up there in the northeast area watching. The previous dog lost a point. That was the Golden Retriever 3330, lost 1 point. Bill let me know that we were having a little bit of volume issues, and we think we've got that resolved, hopefully. I talked to our technician guys, and I've moved my mic a little bit closer, so hopefully y'all can hear me a little bit better if you are having issues hearing me. Lita's performing the command discrimination exercise with her handler returning now to heel position. And we're setting up for the stand, stay, get your leash. So if you've been sitting on the couch not thinking about doing any dog training, a lot of this really basic stuff you can do inside the house during the summer. Keep your dog entertained, give you something more to do. It's a great way to establish really good communication skills between you and your dog. And you get bragging rights. Oftentimes, your dog is the best behaved dog in the neighborhood. Mine is, in my neighborhood. Shout out to anybody watching from Florida. I live in the Ormond Beach area, so hello to all my buddies back in that neck of the woods. The previous team lost a half a point. That was Linda with Lita. And now this is 335, Golden Retriever, female Nala, 6 years old, with Brian Berlage from Marshalltown, Iowa. Okay. Setting up for the command discrimination. This is the down, stand, sit. Sounds like we've got our volume issue resolved. Really appreciate Bill letting us know. That's a good thing. Any of you that that know me out there in the dog show world, if you want me to give you a shout out here from Wilmington, Ohio, just text me. I'll be happy to do that. Deb Neufeld just checked in from Florida. Hey Deb, glad to see you're watching. Okay, next dog coming into the ring is 336. The previous dog lost a half a point. 336 is Connie Cleveland Nolan. This is M, Labrador Retriever. It's a female Labrador Retriever, 8 years old. And Connie is from Berryville, Virginia. Connie grew up in the sport of dogs. She was junior handler. Her mom was very involved in sport from a very early age. She's handled many dogs through the years and certainly has competed at this event numerous times with different dogs. Very enthusiastic retrieve there. Came readily into front, released the glove, returned to heel position, and now they're moving on to set up for the command discrimination. Again, this is down. Dog has to stay. Connie will walk 15 feet, and the judge will have her stand her dog, leave the dog again, go 30 feet, and now the dog must sit. The handler can use voice and signals with this exercise. Throughout the entire exercise, they can use a verbal command and a hand signal. Okay, now we're going to set up for the stand, stay, get your leash. And here, of course, the dog has to stand on a verbal, and signal is allowed, but they can't touch their dog to stand it. So the dog has to stand on command signal and then stay. And they can give the stay signal before leaving their dog. And remember, the dog, when it stands, doesn't have to stand directly in heel position. Some dogs will move a little forward or a little back, and that's perfectly acceptable. There's no points lost for that. Next dog coming into the ring is Golden Retriever. Wow. Connie lost a half a point on that run in that ring. Wow is this dog's name. Cute, very cute name. Golden Retriever. This is a male. 337. Golden Retriever is 8 years old. And this is Judy Deshawn from Amarillo, Texas. I love that name. Wow. That's cute. And here we go. Glove number 3. Nice fetch. Enthusiastic. A little bit of a slide there on the carpeting, and this turf is nice, but it can be a little slick occasionally, obviously. We've seen a couple of dogs slide, and they're enthusiastic. Retrieve. Whoops. He got a little overexcited with his glove there. Love watching these happy dogs, right? I mean, you know, some dogs just let loose a little bit, like us. These early rings, like I said, you know, they just started competing. I mean, it's almost 8:30. These dogs have been just in this kind of show atmosphere for only an hour. So their excitement, and you know, it's always about trying to keep those butterflies flying in formation. Any of you that have competed in any sport, perhaps you can relate to the dog's nervous energy as well. And they show it in a lot of different ways. And their handlers, it's so important for the handlers to give the dog what it needs, you know, to really coach it. And, you know, maybe the dog needs a little bit more energy from you, or you have to be really calm so that the dog doesn't get super hyped up and make a mistake, what we call an effort error, because the dog is a little too wound. And then some dogs are like, Mom, why are you so nervous? Dad, why are you freezing up on me? And then you have to remember as a handler to chill and relax. That's the fun of competition. Whatever it is you're competing in. I think all of you, any of us, have competed in something and can relate to the butterflies for the handler and for the dog. Okay, next coming into the ring is 338 Belgian Tavern. And 337 lost 1.5 points. This is Belgian Tavern, female, 5-year-old female, Siren. This is Laura Endress from Kalamazoo, Michigan. This is my breed. I have Belgian Tavern, have been in the breed. Well, let's see, 30 some years now, close to 40. Nice run out to get the glove, coming in to sit in front. Must release that glove when the handler says to give it back. And into a finish. And a little spin there alongside the handler. You can do those kind of little tricks to keep your dog energized and happy. And stay focused, handler. See, she's trying to find her marks on the ground, and she kind of lost her dog and disconnected there a second. But we got it regrouped here now. You see Siren is looking at her ever so intently. And she leaves her dog, goes 15, and stands her dog. And now she's got to go the rest of the way and sit her dog. Sit. Carol, our judge, always presents such a nice picture in the ring. Keeps a smile on her face. It's amazing how much that helps our handlers. And even our dogs, they sense that. That judge person just really enjoys being in the ring, enjoys judging and having a good time. You know, it's when you smile, it's hard to feel anything other than joy. And the dogs really pick up on that and sense it. And as a handler, when you look up and you see a smile on the judge's face, it helps you to relax. It helps you feel good about what you're doing. So that's always nice to look up and see a smiling judge, and just gives you that little feeling of kindness, empathy. Okay, now we have Golden Retriever Moxie setting up. This is 339, 7-year-old female with Michelle Hartzler from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Oh dear, what's that all about? Uh-oh. We're lost. Well, the dog is too far away from her to be able to take the glove. So that was interesting. You know, in all my years of judging and watching dogs at dog shows, I don't know that I've ever seen a dog do that. So that was intriguing. And she had to give a second command to come into the front. So, okay, now we're doing the command discrimination. Down, stand, sit. And Moxie's going to stay until Michelle gets back into heel position. And we've got exercise finished. Moving on to the moving stand, stay, get your leash. Next dog coming into the ring will be dog number 340. As I mentioned, the catalog is available on the AKC website, www.akc.org. And when you get to the main page, Google or put in the search bar 2026 National Obedience Championship. And it will take you to the sports page. And in the left pane, you will see numerous event-related documents, including the catalog. And the previous dog lost 30 points. Okay, now coming into the ring, 340 is Crunch, Golden Retriever. This is a 5-year-old male with Kathy Harvey from Lakeville, Minnesota. Going out to retrieve the glove, coming back into front. Handler will take the glove, tell the dog to finish heel position, get back into heel position, and or signal. She used a signal for that finish portion of that exercise. And now they're setting up for the command discrimination. Down, stand, sit. So I mentioned earlier, that showing at this level requires a fair amount of work, dedication, being consistent in your training, training your dog, throughout the week. Everybody has pretty much a different formula. I mean, some people train a little bit every day. A lot of these people work, of course, and so, they might train for a little bit in the evenings, because they compete a lot on the weekends. Not every weekend, of course, but so their free time, post-work is they're training in the morning a little bit, or they're training in the evening before going to work, and then they get together and have dog training sessions with their fellow dog friends, and where they help each other out in training, and oftentimes go out to lunch afterwards, turn it into a fun social event. Previous dog lost no points, and now we've got 341. This is a poodle, Olive. This is a female poodle, 9 years old, with Kyle Johnson out of Hubertus, Wisconsin. And what everybody learns really very quickly is, well, you're wanting your dog to behave and learn and be a well-mannered dog. You want to have some fun. You want to have fun with the process. You want your dog to have fun. And with you having fun training, it's a good way, that you teach the dog to enjoy learning. That's really important, because once you get them to where they like to work with you and they look at work as fun, imagine that, training just creates a really dynamite relationship between the person and dog, and obviously, makes for a well-behaved family dog as well as a dog that you can compete with. We all start with the basic foundations, and our goal really is to teach good manners, have a well-behaved dog, and then as the dog, buys into the game and excels and really loves it, that encourages us to get out and compete. You'll see a variety of breeds, purebred as well as mixed breed dogs, training and showing at local obedience trials all across the country on any given weekend. If you're looking for events, be sure to visit the AKC website and go to the events page. You can look up the events by the type of event and then the area, the state that you're looking in. People of all ages, from all walks of life, compete in dog events. We have junior handlers in the sport. I don't know that we have any competing here in the knock this weekend. We have a handful of juniors competing in the rally event starting on Saturday. The previous dog lost 1.5 points. This is team 342, Australian Shepherd with Kathleen Keller. This is Willie. Willie's a 9-year-old male Australian Shepherd, and they're here from Wilmington, New Jersey. Okay, coming into the ring now is 343. This is Stevie Ray, Golden Retriever, 8-year-old, with Kathy Klein from Escondido, California. The previous dog lost no points. And Stevie retrieved the glove, coming into front. Returning to heel position. And they're setting up to do the down stand sit. Waiting for his handler to return to heel position. After that series of position changes. Setting up to do the stand, stay, get your leash. And exercise finished. Next dog coming into the ring will be 344, a 5-year-old male golden retriever named Lakota, with Christine McClure from Plainville, Massachusetts. The previous dog lost a half a point. So at the weekend events where people go to compete with their dogs, the beginning level classes, we have a beginner novice class where all of the exercises are done mainly on leash. There's a couple that the leash stays attached, well, one exercise, but and the handler leaves and returns to the dog, and then the recall, of course, is off leash. But it's in a ring environment similar to what you see here, or it might be an outdoor venue. It's different across the country. There's areas in California that have a lot of outside events, and they basically use like just ropes to define a ring. The rings are typically 30 by 40 to 40 by 50 size, but in the novice classes, the basic novice, the beginner novice, and the novice exercise, and that's where the dog is healing with their person, and certainly, you know, doing some stays and letting the judge come up and touch their head or touch their body, depending on which level of novice you're in. And they do a recall, and another sit or down stay. So it's very much fundamental, basic behavior skills. That's the level of competition that all of us would start in with a new dog, regardless of how long we've been training and showing. Previous team lost 1 point. Going into the ring now is team number 346. This is Fonzie, Labrador Retriever, 6-year-old male, with Dina Pett from Marietta, Georgia. Good to see Dina here. She's been very active in the sport. She's worked hard for her clubs as trial chairperson and such in the past, so good to see her here. So yeah, a big shout out to what we call our stewards. You're catching glimpses of them, our stewards here at this event, so we can find them readily. They often wear white shirts and black pants. You'll see the lady in the ring putting out the gloves, picking up the gloves. We call them stewards, and they work tirelessly and effortlessly for us all across the country, all the time, for their clubs. You know, AKC is a club of clubs, as we say, and we have many clubs all over the country that hold a variety of dog events, and it takes a major core of volunteers to put these events on and to work them every weekend. And we certainly appreciate all of your efforts, those of you that volunteer across the country, regardless of what dog sport you're volunteering in. You are very much appreciated, because without our volunteers, we can't do trials. It's really that simple. So big shout out to all of our volunteers all across our country. Our next dog coming into the ring is 349, Tanner. 7-year-old male Airedale Terrier with Anita Smits from Bloomington, Minnesota. The previous dog lost 31 points. Nice run out to the glove. Picked it right up. Come into front. Sit in front. Handler will take the glove, and the judge will say finish, and the handler will have the dog return to heel position using either a verbal command or a signal there for that exercise. Setting up for the command discrimination. Oh dear, little distraction going on there. Smart job on that handler though, waiting. The judge was a little patient as well. There you go. so easy for us and our dogs to get distracted. Sight, sense, smell, sounds. They make it look so easy. But boy, it's hard. It's hard to stay focused in such a distracting environment. Dogs have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. So whether they're smelling something, on the mat or in the air, and everything changes at these events. There's lots of nervous people and lots of nervous dogs, and the dogs get distracted just like we do. They're dogs. We be people. Okay, our next dog coming into the ring is going to be 350. And the previous dog that just left lost a half a point. 350 is a Labrador Retriever named Ever, with Laura Strymabacus from New Milford, Connecticut. Nice turn in place, going to retrieve the glove, coming back to front. An enthusiastic bounce to a finish, returning to heel position along the handler's left side. Now they're going to go set up for the command discrimination. Down, stand, sit. She's got to stay. Stand and stay. Handler goes to the 30-foot mark. We'll have her dog sit. And now dog must stay until she returns to heel position. And the judge says, exercise finished. And now we're going to do the stand, stay, get your leash. And the handler returns to heel position. The judge will say exercise finished. And then the handler leashes the dog. And is trying to keep the lid on the enthusiasm. They're walking calmly outside the ring. All excited. Next team coming into the ring is 351. The previous team, Ever, lost a half a point. 351 is Q, 8-year-old female golden retriever with Terry Thornton from Nogal, New Mexico. So you're watching ring 8 here. This is Carol Matt Trombley. And in this ring we have the directed retrieve worth 30 points, the command discrimination worth 30 points, and the stand, stay, get your leash worth 30 points. So this ring is valued at 90 points total. All the dogs are showing in 8 rings today, and the total cumulative points is 740. And just to give you an idea what's happening in the other rings, in ring 1, Tom Igel is judging the directed jumping exercise, and the retrieve over the high jump, and the signal exercise. And that ring is valued at 110 points. In ring 2, we have Deb Adicott judging retrieve on flat, command discrimination, and the broad jump exercise. And the total in that ring is 70 points. In ring 3, we have Joe Caputa, and he's judging directed jumping, directed retrieve glove number 1, and the moving stand for examination. The previous dog lost a half a point. Now in this ring is 352, Freya. This is a Chesapeake Bay Retriever, a 4-year-old female, with Sandra Turner from St. Louis, Missouri. In ring 4, we have Tibby Chase. She is judging scent discrimination and stand, stay, get your leash. In that ring is worth 90 points. In ring 5, we have David Brooks, retrieve on flat, the heel free in figure 8, and drop on recall. Ring 6, we have Frank Carlino, signal exercise, retrieve over high jump and the broad jump. Ring 7, we have Ronnie Beiser, judging the figure 8 and the heel free, moving stand for examination, and the drop on recall. That ring's valued at 100 points. We're showing you the points off, the points that were taken, total points off for the ring here in ring 8, and then if you're viewing ring 1 intermittently or at the same time, it's the same idea. We're showing you the points lost. So obviously the goal is to earn as many points as possible and lose as few points as possible. Now at our obedience trials across the country, you have more exercises to do in the ring, typically somewhere around 5 to 6 exercises. And those exercises are valued at a total of 200 points. And at those events, the goal is to qualify. Minimum qualifying score in obedience is 170. So you've got a lot of wiggle room. We talk about non-qualifying errors. So if you or your dog have a NQ, that's non-qualifying, you do not pass that day. You do not qualify. Typically, it takes 3 qualifying scores to earn a title. The previous dog lost 5 points. Coming into the ring now, we have 353, Ellie, 5-year-old female Labrador Retriever, with Lynn Williamson from Troy, Illinois. Setting up for the command discrimination. Down, stand, sit. So as I was talking about, at the trials that you go to locally to compete, the highest score is 200. Qualifying is 170. You must earn more than 50 points for each of the exercises. And you earn a 170 under those conditions. You and your dog earn a qualifying score towards a leg, towards a title. Very exciting. All you have to do is that first qualifying. Oh my goodness, it's so exciting. It's like I was mentioning the pet classes. We oftentimes, a lot of people come in to the sport not knowing anything about dog shows, didn't even know that they existed, but they've taken their dog to a local pet training class, and somehow or another, just through that simple pet training class, oftentimes who's ever teaching the class has competed and is aware. Previous dog lost 1 point. Coming into the ring now is team number 355. This is Swift with Mara Wacker. Swift is a 7-year-old male golden retriever. Mara is from Hastings, Minnesota. She and her mom do dog shows together. Mara started in the sport as a junior handler. I remember watching her very early on, learning the ropes, and now she's very much engaged in the sport and enjoying all her training and showing with Swift. They're a lovely team. Okay, let's go do the stand, stay, get your leash. Just stay. Goes outside to get her leash, comes back in. Judge tells her to go back to her dog. She returns to heel position, and judge says exercise finished. So yeah, in those pet training classes, a lot of times they have a graduation at the end of the class, 8 weeks or whatever it is, and you perform with your dog through a series of exercises, and sometimes they give scores and points, and all you need is one first place blue ribbon, and boy, that'll do it. That's when the bug bites. And here we have Corey Bevis with Knox, golden retriever, 7-year-old male. From Cannon Falls, Minnesota. Corey is another one that's been in the sport a long time. She has competed at this event several times with different dogs. and has won this event different times with different dogs. Returning to heel position, and the judge will say exercise finished, and that's when you can pet and praise, release your dog. And now they're going to go set up for the next exercise. Corey's looking for that little blue dot on the mat so she can figure out where to go set up. Returning to heel position, the judge says exercise finished. That's when you clip your leash back on your dog. And here it's important to leave the ring with your dog under control. And so that does help them keep their dogs in check, avoid any kind of crazy comings and goings at the gate entrance. Okay, our next dog in the ring is 358. This is Erin, a 9-year-old golden retriever, female. The previous dog lost no points. Erin is with Francine Anderson from St. Charles, Illinois. Francine as well has competed at this event a couple of different times with different dogs. Retrieve out to the glove. Coming to front. She will take the glove. The next dog coming into the ring is 359 Tango, a 6-year-old male golden retriever with Cheryl Archer here from Arlington, Texas. The previous dog lost a half a point. Setting up for the command discrimination, down, stand, sit.
Down. Wait.
If any of you are looking for information about obedience events, please go to our webpage, www.akc.org. Go to sports and events and click on obedience. And that will take you to the sports main page. All sorts of valuable information there. If all else fails and you can't find something specific, please don't hesitate to email obedience@akc.org. Obviously, if you email us today, we may not see it till next week. Everybody is, all of our staff is here working hard, putting on this event, our big national event. But we'll certainly get back to you as soon as we can. Okay, our next exhibitor is showing two dogs, and she just came out of one ring with the other dog, and she's going to get the dog she needs for this ring, and the judge is just going to take a little breather here, a little break while we let her get her dog. We don't like to rush exhibitors here. We really want to try to give them a fair shake, and it can be really challenging for our exhibitors that are showing two dogs. Especially, this is Annette Sizemore coming in, and she has two dogs she's showing. But as you can see, the dogs oftentimes are arranged in jump height order, and she's showing a golden retriever and a dachshund. So it's a little challenging sometimes getting from one ring to the next with that kind of diversity in size. But yes, this is team number 360. This is Encore. He is a 4-year-old male golden retriever with Annette Sizemore here from Greer, South Carolina. Our judges are really very exhibitor friendly for the most part, all across the weekends, across our country. We have many, 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 many wonderful, fantastic judges all over this country. Our AKC judges are highly respected, highly admired from many, many countries. They're well educated, and certainly, judging is can be challenging. But the whole key is to have a good time. Have fun, help the exhibitors relax, and certainly we advocate that here. When you've got an exhibitor that might be running a tad late or whatever, just chill a second, give them some time to get their dog. So that's what you saw this little break about. Okay, next we're going to do the stand, stay, get your leash. And exercise finished. Okay, 362 is the next dog in the ring. This is Smidge, a 5-year-old female golden retriever with Mara Wacker. You saw her in here a little earlier with her other dog. And Mara's from Hastings, Minnesota. So she's showing 2 dogs this weekend. Good for her. Cute little side spin there, getting set up for the directed retrieve exercise. Of course, the dog must stay until directed to retrieve and then retrieve the correct glove. Enthusiastic response to the retrieve command. Nice front and now into a nice finish. The most common handler errors for that exercise include not turning in place to face the correct glove, not giving a verbal command to retrieve simultaneously with or immediately after giving the direction. And then the most common dog errors include the imperfections in turning in or sitting, not going directly to the glove, shaking, playing it, dropping it, and refusing to give the glove to its handler. You'll see sometimes dogs are so enthusiastic that they'll chomp away on the glove, and it's minor points, but it certainly costs you something. Sometimes we've seen dogs toss it up in the air and basically throw a party in the ring. It's funny, but of course we all try to stifle those laughs because some of our dogs really get high on the laughing. So it's minus points in the cute column, as we tend to call it. And leaving the ring with the dog under control. Okay, the next dog coming into the ring is 363 Sailor. This is an 8-year-old female border collie with Laura Avery from Somers, Connecticut. The previous dog that just left the ring, Smidge, did not lose any points in this ring. -0. Laura's setting up for the directed retrieve exercise. Another enthusiastic retrieve there, bringing the glove directly back to its handler. And into a finish, and exercise finish. Setting up now for command discrimination. Next dog coming in is 365, a 6-year-old female golden retriever named Briar, with Heidi Buck from Durham, North Carolina. Previous team lost 1 point. Okay. This is dog 366, Bean Soup. Bearded Collie. It's a 7-year-old male with Brenda Cox from Creswell, Oregon. The next dog coming in is 367 Pilot, a 9-year-old male golden retriever with Angela Prophet. Previous dog lost 2.5 points. This team is from Xenia, Ohio. Moving on to command discrimination. Tomorrow's competition will begin at 8:30 in both ring 1 and 8. 8:30 is tune-in time for tomorrow. Judging of the top 50, all 50 dogs will compete in all 8 rings. Once all the dogs are all judged in all 8 rings today, we will have tabulations and awards. We'll announce the top 50 dogs, and we'll do 1st through 4th place in all of the groups, The previous dog lost 30 points. In the ring now is team number 368, Portuguese water dog Ivy. This is a 5-year-old female with Susan Kerfman from Sylvania, Ohio. Tomorrow, the exercises in ring 8 will be the broad jump, drop on recall, and the moving stand for examination. Dave Ropes will be judging in ring 8. In ring 1 will be Ronnie Beiser with the retrieve on flat, hill free, and figure 8. Next team coming into this ring is team number 369. Kiera, 6-year-old female golden retriever, with Deborah Delia from North Val, New Jersey. The previous dog lost 30 points. And exercise finished. And next to do the stand, stay, get your leash. And Deb walks outside the ring, gets the leash, comes back into the ring, and the judge says, back to your dog. And the handler walks back, returning to heel position. And the judge says, exercise finished here. That is when the handler can go ahead and put her leash on the dog and pet and praise, that sort of thing. And now she'll walk out of the ring with her dog calmly, under control, without jumping, pulling, all of that kind of craziness. Good job. Okay, next dog in the ring is 370. This is Pickle, a dachshund, 7-year-old male. The previous team did not lose any points in that ring. That was a 0. No points off. This is Annette Sizemore with her dachshund, as I had mentioned earlier. She's from Greer, South Carolina. As I mentioned earlier, had trials across the country. The total points available for each class you're showing in is 200 points. Qualifying is 170. And so your main goal is to qualify. because no matter what, if you're not qualifying, the points don't matter. So in reality, everybody sets their own goals. You know, the level of performance one chooses is completely an individual choice. The higher the desired level, the more time and commitment it requires, like anything else. And not everyone who shows in obedience trials has the time or desire to train or show at the level you see here today. And that is what makes the sport unique and exciting. It's a sport where everyone can compete with a family dog who has learned to be obedient and to respond to their handlers' commands and or signals. I mentioned the beginner, novice, and novice classes. You know, oftentimes, a lot of people's intro to obedience, their first basically title is a CGC title, which is wonderful. You know, Canine Good Citizen title. That's, you know, again, you know, an entry-level class where your dog learns to behave, and you learn to teach your dog from whoever is teaching the class. And of course, you have to practice at home. You can't just train once a week at class and expect them to learn anything. Dogs learn with repetition. People often say, well, how much repetition? Well, that varies from dog to dog. But just a general rule of thumb is to you know, do an exercise 3 times and then, you know, move along, you know, do pieces. We do a lot of piece training, and what I mean by that is basically just breaking down the full exercise that you read about and work on the pieces. You know, like the recall, there's many components for the recall. You know, the dog must sit and wait for the handler. The previous dog lost 2 points. Coming into the ring now is 371 Tova. This is an 11-year-old female Shih Tzu with Judy Harding from Easton, Maryland. So getting back to our recall, the dog has to sit, wait for the handler to leave, stay focused on the handler, and then come straight to the handler when called. The dog shouldn't get distracted, no sniffing, wandering away, slowing down. There shouldn't be a curve or a drift to either side, and when the dog reaches the handler, it's required to sit directly in front. And to save all the points, the dog should sit straight and centered, not crooked or off to one side. And then the dog must go from that front position to heel position, and then again sit straight and end up in the correct heel position. But that's to earn a perfect score. You know, the whole point is to make sure the dog sits, stays and waits, comes when called, comes to front close enough so that the handler can reach the dog. And then those are really the qualifying requirements for the recall. The finish, where the dog goes from front to heel position, is not what we call a principal part of the exercise. So the principal part of a recall is to stay in place when left and to come to the handler when called on the first command or signal, and then come close enough to the handler. Those are your qualifying requirements. So as you can see, there's a wide range of teaching the qualifying components of an exercise to then polishing the exercise or fine-tuning the exercise and looking more for perfection. So don't let the perfection discourage you. The previous dog lost 2 points. You know, it's a sport where everyone can compete with a family dog. You don't have to aim for perfection. We all start out, even all of these top handlers you see here, you know, unless they competed in previous sports and they've got the real competitive bug to them, they come in and polish as they learn more. Okay, this dog coming into the ring is 372. This is Zane. He's a 9-year-old male border collie with Kim Berkeley from Caseyville, Illinois. Kim is a very seasoned handler. She has shown numerous dogs through the years at this event and at our Rally National Championship as well. Several of the people that you see here this weekend do a lot of teaching and training, and they have training classes, very good teachers, and they teach their people. They teach the person, and the person has to teach their dog. Sometimes they take dogs and train them for people, but not typically to compete. In part because, as I mentioned earlier, the incredible bond that gets formed between a person and a dog. So if the person takes the dog to train it, they have created that bond. That doesn't necessarily mean that the dog will obey other people, because a lot of the training with that bond, the dog learns their person. In people train and handle and think differently, so it's confusing for the dog. But for the most part, when we talk about, you know, trainers in that, they're training the people who own the dog how to train their own dog. And that's what your basic obedience classes are about. You have an instructor that teaches you how to handle and train your dog. That's why you have to be committed to putting in the work and not train just once a week at training class. You won't make any progress. Your dog won't make any progress. And part of, you know, having a well-behaved dog is seeing the progress. The last dog did not lose any points off in that ring. Next dog coming in this ring is 373 Sparkle. This is a 10-year-old female Samoyed with Debbie Cedar from Sussex, Wisconsin. Little yawn there. Good stand.
Turn.
And a good sit. Back to your dog. With an exercise finished. Now to go set up for the stand stay, get your leash. And exercise finished. Okay, that team lost 0 points. Next team coming into the ring is 374 Cody. This is a 6-year-old male border collie with Rebecca Erickson from Council Bluffs, Iowa. Setting up for the directed retrieve exercise. And exercise finished. The next team coming into this ring is 375, a Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever, Dizzy. This is a 7-year-old male with his handler, Daniela Flores from Topeka, Kansas. The previous team lost 0 points. Setting up for the directed retrieve. Remember, the dog must stay until directed to retrieve and then retrieve the correct glove when the handler points it out. And in this ring, we're retrieving glove number 3. They did a nice turn in place to face the glove, and the dog has to sit there at heel position, and then the handler sends the dog. The dog ran out, retrieved the right glove, returns to sit in front, and then finish, and exercise finished. Now for the command discrimination.
Yes.
Down,
Down.
stand, and sit.
Stay.
She'll walk to the 15-foot mark, turn around, face her dog. Judge will signal her for the next position change. And handler can use voice and command. Notice we had a little look away there while Mom was leaving, thankfully. The door opened behind the dog off to the side, and sometimes it's just those tiny little distractions like that, but he did an awesome job. He did an awesome job refocusing right back in. It's uncanny, but sometimes it seems like this dog knows, or not just this dog, many dogs know the timing element of when to look away, when to look back. And exercise finished. They have those little, they know that they can flick away, and they think they excel at multitasking. And there are some dogs that truly do excel at multitasking and others that do not, just like people. Okay, this is Foxy coming into the ring. The previous team lost a half a point. Foxy, dog number 376. This is an 8-year-old female Vizsla. This is Lenora Giacalone from Milton, Massachusetts. Setting up now for the command discrimination. The handler's returning to her dog, walking around behind is a requirement of the handler when returning to their dog. However, it would only be points off if they didn't do it. It's not a principal part of the exercise of returning to your dog, as far as if you make a mistake and you return going directly back to heel instead of walking around behind them. But our regulations do say the handler will return to the dog by walking around behind. So if you didn't do that, you'd lose something. But you certainly would, it would not be non-qualifying. It wouldn't. Okay. That dog lost 3 points, and that was probably for that stand in front on the directed retrieve exercise. And we've seen Kim earlier with her other dog. This is dog number 378. This is Zuko, her 6-year-old male border collie. And Kim is from Caseyville, Illinois. working the command discrimination. This is the last portion of this where the dog has to sit in this rotation. The handler returns to heel position, and the judge will say exercise finished. This is one of our open class exercises, the command discrimination is. So in the order of obedience, you have novice, then you have open, and then you have utility. Before novice, you have the beginner novice class. We call that an optional class, meaning that you're not required to earn that title before going on to novice. In the regular competition classes, which are novice, open, and utility, you are required to earn a novice title before you can go into open. And then you're required to earn an open title before you go into utility. The previous dog with Kim had 0 points off. This dog coming into the ring now is 379. This is Ruger. Ruger is a 5-year-old male border collie with Claudia Roberto from Oakdale, Minnesota. The directed retrieve exercise is one of the utility class exercises. So in all 8 of these rings, there is a mix of open and utility classes that the dogs are performing. Command discrimination is from the open class. That's the same for open A as open B. And now we're going to do the stand, stay, get your leash. Dog must stay while the handler walks outside the ring to go and get the leash. The handler comes back into the ring, and the judge will say, back to your dog. And the handler returns to the dog, walking around behind and back into heel position. And the judge will say, exercise finished. And the handler walks out of the ring with the dog under control. Okay, next we have team 380. A previous team lost a half point. Shimmer is coming in now. This is a 5-year-old female Samoyed with Debbie Cedar from Sussex, Wisconsin. Debbie was in just a few dogs back with her same breed, Samoyed, but that was Sparkle. Sparkle was the 10-year-old. And this is the 5-year-old. Oh, poo. Now setting up for the command discrimination.
It's her first time being here. She's doing down. Stand. Sit. Turn.
Okay, stand, stay, get your leash. The next team coming into the ring will be number 382. Exercise finished. .382 is Rain, a 9-year-old female Spanish water dog, with Colleen Nolan from Inwood, West Virginia. The previous team lost 30.5 points. That was when she went for the wrong glove. Setting up for the directed retrieve. And the judge always asks, are you ready before every exercise? Nice pivot in place. Bringing back the glove, coming to front. And the judge will say, take it. The handler reaches down, takes the glove, and finishes to heel position. Now going to set up for the command discrimination exercise. The order is down, stand, and sit. The handler walks 15 feet for the next position change. Leaves the dog again, walks to the next 15-foot mark for the next position change. Sit, and then must stay until the handler returns to heel position. And the judge says, exercise finished. Good job. Now let's go set up for the stand, stay, get your leash. Handler will go outside the ring to get the leash, come back in, return to the dog when told by the judge, returns to heel position, where the judge will say exercise finished, and then the handler will leash the dog and is free to pet, praise, leash the dog up, and leave the ring with the dog under control. Next dog coming into the ring is 383. This is Jet, an 8-year-old female golden retriever with the Yvonne Pfeiffer from Neosha, Wisconsin. Previous team lost a half a point. to your dog, and the judge will say exercise finished. And we'll move to the stand, stay, get your leash exercise. And the exhibitor will hook the leash up and leave the ring with the dog under control. Okay. Nothing off on the dog that just left the ring with Yvonne Piper. Coming into the ring now is team number 384. You saw Kim Berkeley earlier with her 2 Border Collies. This is her English Springer Spaniel. This is Dolly. Dolly is a 5-year-old female setting up for the directed retrieve exercise.
Dolly, sit. Wait.
Okay, now we're going to do that stand, stay, get your leash exercise.
Are you ready? Stand. Get back.
So as you can see, Kim's had 3 dogs entered in this event. That's a lot to manage. You have to know what exercises you're doing next with each dog. We do in scheduling those handlers with multiple dogs. We do try to put just enough dogs in between so that they're basically running their 2 or 3 dogs in the same ring, you know, with a couple of dogs in between, and don't have to break out and go to a different ring. That team did not lose any points, but it's still very challenging because you also have to make sure that you're taking the correct equipment that you need to each ring. So you have a couple of rings that are doing the retrieve on flat, where you have to take your dog's wooden or plastic dumbbell to the ring, and then this ring you've got the glove. And this is team 385. This is Naya, 9-year-old female Norwegian Elkhound with Renee Schmidt from Gardner, Kansas. It's incredibly important for the handlers to keep their nerves in check. Oftentimes, people don't handle the same way in competition that they do in training, and the dog really picks up on that. And so the more sensitive your dog is to your your moods and your body movements and the tone of your voice, all of that, the more challenging it can be to compete. So you have to try to be the same handler in the ring as out of the ring, in competition as you are in training, so that your dog is familiar with your persona in the ring. They don't like it when you go into character in the ring. They want their stable mom dad persona. So it's very important. And watching Kim show 3 dogs makes me think of the fact that she's really got her butterflies flying in formation. Showing 1 dog is hard enough, and trying to be a cool, calm, collected, in charge, basically a good manager in the ring. You're managing your dog, and they really need you to be the leader that they're used to having, the director of the team, so to speak. The previous team lost 1.5 points. Coming into the ring now is team number 386. This is Rain. Rain is a 9-year-old female border collie with Anne-Marie Skripko from Sumterville, Florida. Notice that little bit of petting, trying to keep Rain calm. Fast and furious retrieve there. Bringing the glove back. Giving it up when asked for it. Into a finish. Now we're going to go set up for the command discrimination. Down, stand, sit. Returning back to her dog. And the judge will say, exercise finished. And the handler can pet and praise the dog and move on to the next exercise. So you might notice that while the handler and dog are performing the exercise, there is minimal conversation between them. In obedience, generally speaking, you're allowed to give a command, sometimes a command and signal, sometimes one or the other, when the judge gives the first order of the exercise. And it just depends on the exercise what that first order is. In command discrimination, the first position change, the handler will, or the judge will say, "Are you ready?" And the handler will say yes or acknowledge the judge somehow, and then the first position change, which today is the down. The handler will, the judge will indicate to down your dog, and the handler will down the dog. So that's your first order, and then the regulations are very specific about when you can and can't give a dog a verbal order and or signal. So it's limited talking, but of course that's once your dog is trained. The previous team lost 1.5 points. In this ring now is 387. This is Molly, a 7-year-old female border collie with Laura Seal from Las Cruces, New Mexico. The next team coming into the ring is going to be Team 388, Quinn, an 8-year-old male border collie, with Karen Smalley from Alpharetta, Georgia. Your audio here is going to go silent for a brief interruption. The camera will continue filming, and I'll be back momentarily.
Down. Wait. Stand. Wait. Sit. Wait. .387 had lost a point and a half. This previous team 388 lost 30 points. In the ring now is 389, Luna. This is a 5-year-old female border collie with Tom Tatum from Silver Spring, Maryland. last team lost a half a point. We're waiting on the next team. .390 Banks, 4-year-old male, golden retriever, with Betsy Scapiccio from Flanders, New Jersey, is coming into the ring. Setting up for the directed retrieve exercise. Dog and handler set up basically in the middle of the ring. They're required to turn in place to do the pivot. Dog must sit and wait until they're sent. Go directly to the glove, pick it up, bring it directly back to the handler, hold it until the judge says take it, and then the handler reaches for the glove and gives a command for the dog to release it, and the dog must release without any extra grabbing, holding, that sort of thing. And then finish. Return to heel position. They're doing the command discrimination. Down, stand, sit.
Stand. Wait. Sit. Turn. Wait.
Exercise finished. Setting up for the stand, stay, get your leash. Next team coming into the ring is 391. This is Callie, a 5-year-old female Labrador retriever, with Kathleen Ann Caballero from Liberty Hill, Texas. The previous team lost 1 point. Red team lost 2 points. Coming into the ring now is team number 392. This is German Shepherd dog. It's a 4-year-old male. Pau with Shannon Kennard from Flora, Mississippi.
Down. Down. Stand. Stand. Go sit. Sit. Stand. Stay.
Previous team lost 1 point. Coming into the ring now is 393. This is Boogie, a Labrador Retriever, 8-year-old male. This is Michael Cody from Port Richey, Florida.
Drop. Stay. Stand. Stay. Sit.
Return.
The next dog coming into the ring is team number 394, Dugan, a 6-year-old male golden retriever, with Tucker Coombe from Cincinnati, Ohio. The previous team lost 3 points. Going to set up in the middle of the ring for the directed retrieve exercise. Glove number 3. A little check of the glove. He had such a good hold on that glove. The glove didn't even move. He shook his head, but now to do command discrimination. Down, stand, sit. To our viewing audience watching from home, those of you that do our weekend shows and earn qualifying scores for legs and titles, let this competition inspire you a little bit. You know, this is a high level of performance, much like horse dressage. You know, this our obedience training at this level and showing. We often refer to it as dancing with our dogs without the props or the music. Each step is basically directed by the handler in complete partnership, and when done smoothly, the whole performance appears seamless, as if the dog is reading the handler's mind. It's so effortless, and there's such a connection of teamwork. So hopefully those of you watching from home are inspired. The previous team lost 2.5 points. Coming into the ring now is 395. This is a 7-year-old female Belgian Malinois named Presley, with Liz Dexler from Clarence, Iowa. Lots of focused attention there. Directly to that glove. Zoom, zoom. Into front, giving up the glove. returning around the handler, sitting in heel position. Handler's moving calmly to set up for the command discrimination. Down. The handler will walk 15 feet. She's looking for the mark on the floor. Uh-oh. Sometimes our dogs are, they get into anticipation mode. They want to please us so hard. They want to do such a good job. They get a little overeager. Stand safe, get your leash. Handler comes back into the ring. We'll return to the dog. Walking around behind and returning to heel position. The judge will say exercise finished. And the handler will attach her leash and leave the ring with the dog under control. Team unfortunately lost 30 points for that overzealous anticipation. This is armband number 396. This is Galahad, a 6-year-old male Labrador Retriever with Christy Dyke from Wheatfield, Indiana. We'll be taking a lunch break around noontime today. We'll let you know what time our ring will be starting back up, but all the rings will break at noon. Last team lost 32.5 points. Coming into the ring now is team number 397. This is Simmer. This is an 8-year-old female golden retriever with Robin Fargus. Robin is from Brecksville, Ohio. And back to heel position we go, and exercise finished. And now we will do the stand, stay, get your leash. Robin will go outside the ring, get her leash, come back in, wait for the judge to say back to your dog. Robin will walk around behind her dog to return to heel position. Judge will say exercise finished, at which time you can pet and praise your dog, reattach the leash, and then you must leave the ring with your dog under control. Next dog coming into the ring is 398. Previous team lost 1 point. 398 is Cutter, a 9-year-old male Labrador retriever with Ann Hassa from Northfield, Minnesota. Handler walks around behind the dog to return to the dog to heel position. Exercise finished, and moving on to the next exercise, which is the stand, stay, get your leash. It's a utility exercise. That shorter distance is more challenging for the dog. Because they're closer to the gate opening. And they know it's the last exercise, and we get to walk out of the ring and play and goof off, and I don't have to be quite as serious and contained and so on and so forth. Of course, in the ring, you're not allowed to take toys in or any treats of any kind. It's just you and your dog. That team lost 3 points. Coming into the ring now is team number 399. This is Zen. She is a 9-year-old female border collie with Betsy Scapiccio from Flanders, New Jersey. Betsy was in the ring just a little bit ago with Golden Retriever. Betsy's a long-time exhibitor. She's been to this event many times with many different dogs. And her daughter's showing as well. I can't remember what class she's in now, if she's in open or utility, but now it's a mom and daughter thing. Knowing Betsy, she'll have at least one of the grandkids training dogs here pretty quick and in the ring. There's one thing about all us dog people. We do love our dog sports. Our dogs. And even our fellow competitors. The friendships and bonds you make through the years. Not to show my age, but I've been in the sport about 50 years now. It's amazing. I have friends all across the country. I was judging many years before I went to work for AKC, and judging is just such a wonderful way to give back to the sport. And the coolness of it is you get to meet so many people all over the country. You know, judges don't travel as much as they used to because of all of the challenges of present day travel, but they still travel. They still get around. And you know, like I said, Carol, our judge here in Ring 8, she's been in the sport a very long time. That team that just came out, 399, lost 1.5 points. The team going in the ring will be team number 400. This is Dell, an 8-year-old female border collie with Mary Wharton from Rogemont, North Carolina. We're going to go set up in the middle of the ring for the directed retrieve exercise. Previous team lost a half a point.
We're taking a 5-minute break.
We might be taking a short break here. Yep, we are. We're taking a 5-minute break. Be back soon. Okay, just so you know, I think we're taking a 15-minute break here in ring 8. 15 minutes. We've got to let the dogs have a chance to catch up to our judges. The rings are running. Some rings are running quicker than others, and we don't like to rush our exhibitors. So that's the reason for the break. See you in a bit. Okay, guys, we're coming back. We're coming back. Giving dog and handler a second here to recollect themselves. She was showing another dog in a different ring. So coming into this ring is going to be Team 401. This is Nikki, a 10-year-old female border collie, with Stephanie Potica from Central Square, New York. Going to set up for the directed retrieve exercise. Dog and handler will set up in the center of the ring. In this ring, all dogs are retrieving glove number 3. The judge will ask, "Are you ready?" and then tell the handler which glove they're retrieving. Dog and handler will pivot in place, face the correct glove, and then the handler will send the dog. The dog runs out, gets the glove, brings it back to the handler, sits in front. Oops. My glove. Give me that glove back. I had mentioned earlier that no food, toys are allowed in the ring, that sort of thing. But the dogs love training so often that not only does the handler become one of their play interaction type of play rewards, but so do the gloves, the dumbbell, the article. Oh dear. And so the dogs have a good time with their work toys, so to speak. Now we're going to do the stand, stay, get your leash. If you're looking for the catalog, please be sure to visit the AKC website. When you get there, just use that search bar and type in 2026 National Obedience Championship. That should take you to the page where you can find all of the event related documents, including the catalog. We have an online catalog for everybody, so don't hesitate to go find the catalog. In the meantime, we'll continue to announce the dogs here in rings 1 and 8. Next dog in the ring is 401. This is Tess. She is an 8-year-old female border collie with Bonnie Berman from Lenox, Massachusetts. The previous dog lost 30 points. That was on that command discrimination error. Well, for any of you just tuning in, you're watching Ring 8 here with Carol Matt Trubley judging. We're coming to you live from the Roberts Center Eukanuba Hall here in Wilmington, Ohio for the 2026 American Kennel Club National Obedience Championship. Today is Thursday, July 16th. This is the first day of this competition. We're excited to have AKC TV live streaming our events this weekend. This is known as the AKC National Obedience Championship, and we often call it the NOC, N-O-C NOC. It is the most prestigious obedience event of the year for these exhibitors. They've worked very hard to earn enough points to get invited. The previous team lost 0 points. The next team coming into the ring is team number 403. This is Angela, 6-year-old female Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever. This is Teresa Zablitsky from Fountaintown, Indiana. This event is by invitation only, based on the number of championship points earned during the previous year. All breeds are invited that have earned any points, so it's the top, basically the top 4 for the most part, but then we take a percentage when we have lots of dogs eligible. Golden retrievers. There's a lot of golden retrievers. Oftentimes there's a lot of border collies eligible. So you may see more than 4 competing. But in other breeds where there's smaller numbers competing and earning odd points throughout the year, you'll see they've 4 have been invited. Oh, geez, Mom, I'm sorry, I screwed up. That's the dog apologizing to their owner. I just lost my focus here for a minute, and I forgot what I was doing. So, now we're going to do the stand, stay, get your leash. We're going to nail this. This is going to be perfect. Return to heel position, and exercise finished. There you go. That was such an obvious apology on the dog's part. They really do want to try to please us. They try very hard, but sometimes they just forget what they're doing and they make a boo-boo. That dog lost 33 points. Okay. Next dog here in the ring. This is 404. This is Ryder, 6-year-old male border collie with Liz Hunter from Eureka, Missouri, setting up to do the directed retrieve exercise. This is our 32nd AKC National Obedience Championship. In previous years, it was known as the National Obedience Invitational. For those of you that have been in the sport as long as I have, the whole 50 years now, you remember when it was called the NOI, N-O-I, for Invitational. Hard to believe the sport of obedience has been around 90 years now. Wow, that's fascinating. We had a total of 140 41 teams entered with 129 handlers to compete for this coveted title. We've got 11 handlers showing multiple dogs. That's how we've evened that out. 42 different breeds are represented here, 33 traveling from various states. All the teams today compete in all 8 rings. Each ring has 3 exercises in it today. Total available points are 740. And the goal for each team is to lose as few points as possible in each ring and get as close to 740 after running in all 8 rings as possible. At the end of today, we'll announce the top 50. And the top 50 go on to tomorrow's competition. The top 50 are the dogs who have earned the most points or who have lost the least amount of points. So at the end of today, we'll announce the total score that they have from today's round. And those closest to 740 get to go on and compete tomorrow morning. Judging starts tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll run all 8 rings again. The top 50 dogs will compete in all 8 rings, running 2 exercises in each of those rings. Also, at the conclusion of today's competition, there'll be group placements from each of the 9 groups. Next in the ring, coming in, is going to be team number 406. This is Ivy, 2-year-old female border collie with Mary Wharton from Rogemont, North Carolina. Previous team lost 30 points. If you're on Facebook, be sure to check out the AKC National Obedience Championship Facebook page, where our team is posting various pictures from around the ring. We've got links, of course, to our live streaming that you can easily link into. Okay, that team lost 0 points off. Next team coming into the ring is 407. This is Diva, 5-year-old female border collie. And this is Stephanie Potica. You saw her just a little bit ago with her other dog. Retrieving the glove, bringing it back to her handler, waiting for the judge to give the next order, which is take it. The handler takes the glove, and then the judge says finish, and the handler has the dog perform a finish, which is the dog going to heel position at the handler's side. Command discrimination. Down at heel position.
Next stand. Wait. Sit. Turn. Wait.
The handler goes back to her dog, returning to heel position. Exercise finish. Going to set up for the stand for examination. Or, I'm sorry, stand, stay, get your leash. There should be a break here in the action. Momentarily we'll resume with team number 408, Freedy. This is a 6-year-old male poodle with Stacy Eastman from Rome, New York. Nothing off.
Is that what you have for the 0?
That's for 406. The 0 is
Let's go.
Ready. In.
Stand. 409 will be the next dog in this ring. The judge had to shift this exercise a little bit because the previous dog was drooling. So she moved the exercise over a little bit. Command discrimination. Down, stand, sit.
Ready, sit. Turn, stay. Good boy. Right here. Stay. Turn to your dog.
Anytime you would like to know more about dogs, the various sports of dogs, please don't hesitate to go check out the website, www.akc.org. Tons of information there. This is team number 409. This is Thorin, 11-year-old male Rhodesian Ridgeback, with Alex Hart from Buffalo, New York. And we're going to do the command discrimination now. Down, stand, sit.
There he is. Oh, what a good boy. All right, down. Wait. Thorin, stand. Wait. Thorin, sit.
Stay until your handler comes back to heel position. And exercise finished. Now we'll go do the stand, stay, get your leash.
Hi. Are you ready? Ready. Thorin, stand. Turn to your dog.
Exercise finished.
Thank you. Got it.
Okay, the next dog coming into this ring is going to be 410. This is Q. This is a 3-year-old male Boucheron with Pamela Burntanian from Cranberry Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Previous dog lost 2.5 points. Going to set up for the directed retrieve exercise in the center of the ring. Stewart will drop the gloves. Going backwards, that's 3, 2, and 1. The handler will tell, the judge will tell the handler which glove. It's going to be glove number 3. Whoopsie. Going to stand, set up for the stand, stay, get your leash. And exercise finished. Okay, next dog in this ring is 412. This is Kate. 6-year-old female golden retriever with Jeannie Thomas from Saline, Michigan. Previous dog lost 60 points. Position change complete. Exercise finished. Stand, stay, get your leash. Okay. in obedience through a series of exercises. You have a starting point. A judge always asks, "Are you ready?" before every exercise begins. And of course, you're supposed to respond to the judge. And then the judge gives the first order. At that point, judging of the exercise begins. And as an exhibitor, you must follow the regulations as to when you can talk, when you can give commands, etc., etc. Previous team lost 1.5 points. And then you must wait for the judge to say exercise finished before you pet and praise your dog. And then, of course, you can interact with your dog reasonably as long as your dog is under control when you're moving from one exercise to the next, in between exercises. This team here is 413. This is Violet, an 8-year-old female golden retriever with Mary Thompson from Brewer, Maine. We're doing command discrimination now. Down, stand, sit. Handler leaves the dog, goes to the 15-foot mark for the stand. Leaves the dog, goes to the next 15-foot mark for the sit in this rotation. And now the dog must stay while the handler returns to heel position. And the judge will say exercise finished. And again, pet and praise, interact with your dog, go set up for the next exercise. Okay, the next dog coming into this ring, armband number 414. This is Cookie, a 7-year-old female Belgian Malinois with Jennifer Winkett from Pipersville, Pennsylvania. The previous team lost 0 points. Moving into the stand, stay, get your leash. Exercise finish. Another pretty sparkly collar on that dog. Next team coming into this ring is going to be team number 415. Cruz, a 5-year-old male Rottweiler, with Stephanie Woodson from Indianapolis, Indiana. The Belgian Malinois lost a half a point. Setting up in the center of the ring for the directed retrieve exercise. Going to retrieve glove number 3. Exercise finished there. Moving on to the stand, stay, get your leash exercise. Returning back to her dog. 2 heel position and an exercise finish. She can pet and praise her dog. Leash up and leave the ring with the dog under control. Okay, next dog coming into the ring. This is Cairo. This is a 5-year-old male miniature schnauzer with Imo Lawton from Hollister, California. Previous team lost a half a point. Aside from visiting the AKC website www.akc and looking at all the various information we have there on that website. If there's anything you can't find, you've got questions, please don't hesitate to email the sports email box. That is obedience@akc.org. Or if you have questions about rally@akc.org. If you have questions about tracking@akc.org. If you have questions about agility@akc.org, etc. We'll be happy to help you find whatever it is you need, whatever information. We don't always have the answer for you, but we will redirect you. We're going to be breaking at noon. Next dog, 417, will be the last dog. That's the Shetland Sheepdog. Called Bree. 9-year-old female Shetland Sheepdog with Carrie Lovell from Dallas, Texas.
Lie down. Wait. Stand. Wait. Up, sit. Return. Wait. Very good, Charlie. Breezy, get in. Stand village. Are you ready? Stand, y'all.
Okay, all rings will be breaking at noon. This ring will be breaking after this dog. And we'll start back at 1 o'clock. I'll let you know the score for this dog and for the previous dog. The stewards have a question on the score sheet for Schnauzer 416. As soon as we have that answer from the judge, we'll let you know what the score was for that dog, and we'll let you know what the score was for this dog here, 417. I'm waiting. 416 lost 31 points. 417, 0 points. Okay, guys, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Just to clarify, all rings will start back up at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. will be the startup for the afternoon.
Okay. We'd be ready. Are you guys ready?
All right, everyone, time to start. Rev your engines, here we go.
Okay, we're back. For those of you that might just be joining us, this is Diane Schultz reporting at Ring 8. Welcome to the 2026 American Kennel Club Obedience Championship event. Coming to you live from the Roberts Center here at Eukanuba Hall in Wilmington, Ohio. We're getting ready to resume judging from the lunch break. The next dog in the ring will be 418, Justin, 4-year-old male poodle with Peggy McConnell from Royce City, Texas. Here in Ring 8, we're doing 3 exercises today. We've got the directed retrieve exercise, command discrimination, down, stand, sit, and the stand, stay, get your leash. The goal, of course, is to lose as few points as possible in each ring. The exhibitors are showing in 8 rings today. Doing 3 exercises in each ring. It's a mix of open and utility exercises from our regular classes. For the directed retrieve exercise, the team comes and sets up in the center of the ring with their backs to the gloves. You've got glove number 1 was just dropped, then 2, and then 3. And in today's ring, the dogs are retrieving glove number 3. The dog and handler pivot in place. The handler then directs the dog as to which glove to retrieve. The dog's required to go out promptly, pick up the right glove, bring it back quickly to the handler, come and sit in front, give up the glove when asked, and then finish as in return to heel position. Now we're going to do the command discrimination. This is the down, stand, sit rotation. Handler goes 15 feet. She will now stand her dog, leave her dog again, go another 15 feet, and have the dog sit. And then the dog must sit and stay until the handler returns to the dog. Returns to heel position. The judge will say exercise finished. And then they move on to the third and final exercise in this ring, which is the stand, stay, get your leash. The dog is required to stand on a command and signal. No touching the dog. Stay. And the handler is required to go outside, get their leash, and then return to their dog when the judge says back to your dog. Return to heel position, and the judge then says exercise finished, at which time the handler can pet and praise their dog. And then they must go out the ring with the dog under control. Our next team in the ring is 420. This is a Belle, a 9-year-old male miniature schnauzer with Martin Zarg from Westchester, Pennsylvania. The previous dog lost 0 points. Our judge in ring 8 today is Carol Matt Trumbley from Georgia. Carol's been in the sport of dogs about 50 years, give or take a little bit. Like so many of us, she started by taking her daughter's unruly puppy to a local training class. And as we call it, you have a little bit of success and you get bit by the bug. And she's been involved in many dog sports along the way through the years. She started judging obedience in 1999. She's a great advocate for the sport. She loves the sport dearly and has formed many lifetime friendships through the years. She knows and loves most of the competitors around the country. She's judged all over the country. She's had a great judging career. The exhibitors love showing to her. Judges are required to judge by a standard of performance and judging standards according to our AKC Obedience Regulations book. In that book, there is a description for each exercise that explains how each exercise is to be performed to avoid penalties. And then there is a scoring section that guides the judge in determining how many points to take for imperfections. Exercise finished. This being the National Obedience Championship is the showcase of the best competition obedience dogs across the country. They've earned an invitation into this event by showing through the past year, earning what we call Obedience Trial Championship points. It's an honor to get an invite, there's no doubt about that, and then an absolute thrill to get to come in and compete. Dog and handler try to peak at just the right point so that they can bring their best game here. This is Team 421, Pixie, 10-year-old female poodle with Carrie Bell from Sun Valley, California. We had 141 teams entered in this event. We've got 11 handlers showing multiple dogs. One handler showing 3 dogs. We have 42 different breeds represented here today, traveling from 33 states. All of the teams compete in 8 different rings today, trying to save as many points so that they can make it into the top 50 at the end of today's round and earn a ticket into the top 50 competition tomorrow morning. So at the conclusion of today's event, the top 50 teams will be announced. The total available points for today's rotation is 740. At the end of today, we'll announce the teams in the order of their scores. And so that will tell you how many points they've earned. And as I said, the top 50, regardless of breed, move on to tomorrow morning's competition. Also today, with the awards, the 1st through 4th place dogs in each of the groups earn their group awards. They are recognized in all of our groups: herding, sporting, non-sporting, working, etc., etc. Carrie and Pixie just completed the stand, stay, get your leash. Leash is attached, and she'll leave the ring with the dog under control. Next dog entering the ring today is going to be team number 423. This is True, 8-year-old female miniature schnauzer. Christine Randoa is mom, and she's from St. Louis, Missouri. The previous team lost a half a point. So tomorrow's competition starts at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Judging of the top 50 starts at 8:30. We hope you all tune in.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know you'll get me where I need to be.
I'll get you there.
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah. Right, we're here. Let's go. Get a point. Oh, that's the dog in front of me. Gloves are first? Go.
Okay, the previous team lost a point. In the ring now is 424. This is Crush, a 7-year-old male skipper key with Kathy Sweet from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Our ring is running a bit fast yet again right after lunch. The exhibitors are having to come straight out of 7 to 8, so we're going to slow down and take a little bit of a break here so we're not rushing our exhibitors.
the other two gloves. On the chair. Flash. Flash. One hand.
I guess because of my little pin.
Okay, we're back from our short break. Okay. We've got 4-2-5 going into the ring. This is Riley, 5-year-old female miniature schnauzer with Karen Baker from Aberdeen, Maryland. The other ring was running a little slow, and our ring is running very fast today. So we had to take a break here and give the exhibitors a chance to catch up. So I believe we're ready to start. Yep, she just had to go get a glove. Okay, dog and handler is coming in the ring to go set up in the center of the ring for the directed retrieve exercise. The exhibitor will be sending her dog for glove number 3. The steward's putting out the gloves right now, dropping number 2, and now she's going to drop number 1 and come stand up out of the way. And the judge will tell the handler when to go after she says, "Are you ready?" And the handler acknowledges that she is ready. Handler will turn in place and send the dog for the correct glove. Now we're setting up for the command discrimination. The rotation here is the down stand sit. The dog must respond to the handler's commands and or signals and remain staying in the position, the final position, until the handler returns to heel position. The handler follows the judge's orders to communicate to their dog. The beginning exercise here was down at the heel position. First one was 15 feet away, and that was for the stand. And then this last one is 30 feet away from the dog, and that was for the sit. And now the dog must remain sitting until the handler returns to heel position.
We gotta get her leash. Come here.
And now we're doing the stand, stay, get your leash. The last team lost 2.5 points. This is team 426. Onyx, 8-year-old male Pomeranian, with Holly Hughes from Renner, South Dakota. Holly Huz. One and a half points on that last run. Next dog going in the ring.
No, 429, 427 for the little chihuahua. What's that? No, 427 and a half. Oh, that's what she's got. She's got 2 dogs.
Oh, we're waiting on a handler, I think, perhaps. I'm not really certain what's going on here, but I do think we have maybe we have a handler that's showing 2 dogs and she's in the other ring. I do know that 428 is going to be absent. Okay, here comes team number 427. This is Mickey, an 11-year-old male Papillon with Nancy Mueller from Manchester, Missouri.
We are. Left.
Okay, moving into command discrimination.
We are.
Down, stand, sit.
Wait. Sit. Stand. Wait.
All of the exhibitors are making the rounds in the rings.
Wait.
And for several of these dogs that you're seeing now in here, this is probably their last, potentially their last ring today. I think they may have started.
We are. Stand. Stay.
In ring 1. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm going to give it a look here and see. Okay, the next dog coming in is team number 429. This is Wilson, a 7-year-old male Pomeranian with Peggy McGrath from Shelbyville, Kentucky. Previous dog had a minus 30. Actually, this group of dogs that you're seeing in here now, they have one more ring to go, and that would be ring 1. So they've performed in 6 of the 8 rings, and this is their 7th ring, and then they have one more. So they're getting a little tired. They're doing a good job in spite of the tiredness. Got a little retrieve there, setting up for command discrimination now.
Thoughts? Fly. Sit. Return.
Stand, stay, get your leash. Tomorrow's judging starts at 8:30. Dave Brose will be judging in ring 8. We'll have the broad jump, drop on recall, and moving stand for examination. In ring 1 will be Ronnie Beiser with the retrieve on flat and the heel free figure 8. Ring 1 and 8 are the only 2 rings that are being televised at our national events this year. We have a designated camera person on each of these rings. Yeah, the previous team lost 1.5 points, and the team coming in now is 4-3-3. This is Peter, 5-year-old male, skipper key, Hallie Ray from Madison, Wisconsin. Okay, our next exercise here is stand, stay, get your leash. Or no, it's not. It's command discrimination. It's going to be the down, stand, sit. And now the stand, stay, get your leash. Hopefully all of you watching will be inspired to get busy training your dogs. Maybe not at this level, certainly not for this type of event. Maybe that's not in your wheelhouse. But training is a lot of fun. And, you know, these people have fun training. They really enjoy the training. You want to make sure that you make it fun for your dog, and if they're having a good time, you teach the dog to learn and enjoy learning, and there really isn't anything you can't train them. Last dog lost 60 points in this ring. Going in now is 4-3-4. This is Bonnie, a 7-year-old female Chihuahua, with Nancy Mueller from Baldwin, Missouri. Certainly all dogs are very capable of performing these obedience exercises. try to find a local dog show to go out to and watch. You'll learn a lot by watching the exhibitors repeatedly in the rings, and certainly reading the regulation book is very helpful. You'll see purebred dogs and mixed breeds and young and old, 9 all the way to 99 and older perhaps. AKC Obedience is a wonderful sport for children to participate in. A lot of our people come into the sport from 4-H programs. If you've got a 4-H program in your area, it's a great way to get the kids started. Training their dogs teaches them a great deal of responsibility, patience, communication skills. For a lot of people, dog training their dog, whether it's 2 or 3, 4 times a week, what have you, is what they call therapy. It can be very therapeutic. Lower the stress levels. It's a distraction from your regular type of job and requirements and all the demands that life has to offer. This can be a release for a lot of people. And certainly the bond that develops between the dog and the trainer is absolutely incredible, like no other. And the truth is, no matter how far you go in training, teaching your dog basic obedience skills is arguably the most valuable work you can do. These skills provide you lifelong benefits and build a strong foundation for everything else your dog learns. Any sport that you want to, participate in or compete in. All of the skills you learned here in obedience training, you use elsewhere. Each time your dog successfully responds to a command, it reinforces good behavior, strengthens your communication, and deepens that bond between you and your dog. Consistently obedience training not only improves reliability, but also helps your dog feel more confident and secure in everyday situations. You see a lot of people take their dogs to, outside parks and restaurant areas. They're well behaved. They should be well behaved. If you're going to take them out in public, your dog needs to be well behaved. It needs to stay with you, not pester strangers or people or cats or squirrels, and be calm out in public. And all of this kind of training helps you train your dog to develop those not only skills and trick maneuvers, but mental. It's really a very great way for your dog to learn how to handle the mental stresses of being out in public. The last dog lost 33.5 points. This is team 435. This is Gus, a 6-year-old male Norwich Terrier, with Bridget Gano from Columbia, Tennessee. Bringing back the glove that covers almost his entire face. And return to heel position. Exercise finished. Okay, let's go do command discrimination. That's it. Pay attention to your dog. Come on, buddy. Come set up. Let's play the game. That's a good boy. Nice little pet there. Reassuring him everything's fine. We got this.
Lie down.
It's cute.
Stand. Sit back.
It's got to stay until mom gets back to heel position and exercise finish. Good job. All right, let's go do that. Stand, stay, get your leash. Back to your dog, returning to heel position, exercise finished. Good job. The next team coming into this ring will be 436 Pippa, a 6-year-old female Australian Terrier with Patricia Goshorn from Montpelier, Ohio. The last dog lost 1.5 points. Cute little trot out to the glove. The personalities of the different breeds is so fun to see and watch. What you see consistently here from the dogs, regardless, of breed and size, etc., is that they really are trying hard to please their people and do the right thing, and it's a distracting environment, and lots of sights and sounds and commotion moving about, and they're trying so hard to stay focused, and because they want to please their person, they want their person happy, and as a handler, it's so important to stay happy, stay in coach mode, support your dog, even if he messes up. It's just a dog show. The truth is that when it's all said and done, it's not really the placements and the ribbons you remember. It's all the work. It's the bond. It's all the love that you develop as a team, and the fact that your dog gives you so much. They try so hard to please you and perform all these tricks and such out in public. They do it for us, and that's really what matters in the end. It's a really incredible journey, and to make it, to this level, to where you get invited to this event and you can show off your relationship with your dog. Boy, no matter what happens in that ring, that's really what you want to show off. You just want to show the love. Your dog loves you, and you love your dog. So don't let an NQ sour your day. You can't change it once it happens. The last dog lost 3.5 points. Coming into the ring now is Team 437. This is Dory, a 9-year-old female Australian Terrier, with Craig Hill from Palm Springs, California. Craig has been in the sport for a very long time. He is shown in multiple events as well, not just obedience, but he certainly has been around in the breed rings. Well-liked gentleman. Good competitor, always a good attitude. Bringing in the glove, sitting in front, holding a nice steady hold on that glove. Gives it up when Dad asks for it. Now he's returning to heel position. Excellent job. And now they're going to set up for the next exercise, which is the command discrimination. We're going to do a stand down sit. Handlers returning to heel position. And exercise finish. Now we're going to go do the stand stay. Get your leash. Handler walks outside the ring, gets the leash, comes back in, back to his dog, with an exercise finished. There you go. He gets to pet Price's dog, slip that leash on, take the glove from the judge and out the ring with the dog under control. And there we go. The next team in the ring is team number 438. This is Roxy, 9-year-old female West Highland White Terrier, with Mary Loudon. The previous team lost a half a point in the ring. Nice job. Mary is from Eagan, Minnesota. Going to set up in the center of the ring for the directed retrieve exercise. All the dogs in this ring retrieve glove number 3. The team is now setting up for the command discrimination.
Wait.
And exercise finished. Now we're going to do the stand, stay, get your leash. The next dog coming in this ring is team number 439, Chip, 7-year-old male Australian Terrier, with Dana Nelson from Wapaka, Wisconsin. The past team that just came out of the ring, lost 30 points. Stand, stay, get your leash. And exercise finished. Well done. The team that just left the ring lost 31 and a half points, I think I saw there. This team here is 440. This is Shiloh. 6-year-old male West Highland White Terrier. Ellie Schaefer from Columbia, Illinois. away. The next position, stand. Handler will leave, walk another 15 feet away. And the next position change will be sit. Nice focus, great teamwork. And exercise finished. Very nice. Next exercise is stand, stay, get your leash. Handler comes back in the ring, waits for the judge to say back to your dog. Returns to heel position by walking around behind the dog and into heel position. The judge will say exercise finished, at which time you can pet and praise your dog, release them, and she'll be heading out of the ring with the dog under control. Every time you complete an exercise, once the requirements are complete, the judge says exercise finished, at which time you can release your dog from sitting. Typically it's sitting in heel position, and you can pet and praise. And the last team lost 2.5 points. And this is team 441. This is Penny, 8-year-old female Pembroke Welsh Corgi with Kathleen Walker from Bushnell, Florida. This sport attracts a wonderful group of participants who really do lend support and share ideas in achieving their life goals. The people you meet, training and competing in dog sports, oftentimes they lead to lifelong friendships, and they become a support group in numerous ways. Dog people know the best restaurants to eat at when you travel to different places and areas. Who better to ask than your fellow dog folks when it comes to purchasing dog-friendly vehicles and carpeting and flooring, and we all work with some sort of dog hair, dog dander, and buying clothes that don't attract all the dog hair. Who's your best resources? Fellow dog people. We've remained friends for years and years and years and years. And of course, with social media, it also helps you keep in touch with people all across the country. You meet and become such great friends being able to go to these national events, and everybody's coming from a variety of areas, and this is kind of one of those yearly meetups. This event it certainly is a yearly meetup, as well as our Obedience Classic in December. And then we have regional competitions across the country. We have 11 different regions, and those dogs, those are like weekend trials, and people enter those. And part of those, because they're regional events, they're qualifying events to get an invite into this event. So those are another series of special shows for the exhibitors where they feel it's worth going. And again, meeting up with exhibitors, getting together to train with different people, and going out to dinner with friends, etc., etc. This past team lost 30 points. And now we're going into our last grouping of dogs in this ring. This is Dog and Handler 301. This is Hype, 5-year-old male border collie with Emily Scott from St. Louis, Missouri. So yes, the camaraderie and the social aspect of this sport really is the best. as I mentioned, obedience is 90 years old this year. The first AKC obedience trial was in 1936. A couple of ladies got together in the early 30s and started training their poodles and putting them through a series of tricks and exercises very similar to what you're seeing in these rings today. Some of these exercises are the same, slight modifications, but the ladies proved that their dogs were very capable of performing a bunch of different exercises. And they got their dogs together and convinced AKC to try an obedience trial. And back then, it took off. Man, it flew. It was one of the few dog sports available. You had field trials and conformation showing, and then obedience trials. And in the early days, tracking was actually a part of the utility title. But they started with core classes, novice, open, and utility. And from there, the sport just grew and grew and grew. The last dog in this ring had a half a point off. Now we've got team 302. This is Echo, a 6-year-old female border collie. Tammy Keller from Wilmington, Pennsylvania. So yeah, it just takes having that one dog taking it off to class, falling into the competition side of it in general, and discovering the joys of the sport simply by taking the dog to a local training class and trying to get some good basic manners on the dog. The competitions take place all over the country nearly every weekend. Of course, there's holidays and such there where we don't have a dog show around, but all these dogs here, that's where they're competing week in and week out. Dogs are in qualifying scores towards obedience titles, and in that process, you discover the wonderful world of a network of like-minded dog owners. So not only do you develop an incredible relationship with your dog, but the social aspect of the sport is just as much fun as competing with your dog. All of these dogs start in the basic classes when competing, and certainly their people start teaching them basic behaviors as soon as they come home. Typically somewhere in the 8 weeks age if they've, specifically gotten a puppy. Several of these dogs, they certainly got, older. And a dog is never too old to train. That's a fallacy, Certainly they've picked up some bad habits along the way. But if you go back to the basics and treat them like they're an 8-week-old puppy, you can teach your dog. You can teach your dog to learn just about anything. And it starts with teaching them to walk on a loose leash. Sit, down, stand, come, stay. Retrieve something. Could be the morning newspaper. Jumping. The last team in there got a -3. The beginner novice class is performed with the dog on leash and consists of the most basic skills. And then each class level gets more fun and challenging. So, it's really about getting started. Getting started, going to a local CGC class, going to a local class. Provided by a local training club, go to the AKC website and look for a club in your area. Look for some contact sources. Ask the people at your veterinary clinics if they have any recommendations for training classes and such. And that's a great way to get you started. We've got a little break in the action here, waiting for dogs, I think, from the other ring. Okay, this is team 303. Cord. 7-year-old male border collie with Marion Crane from Burns Mill, Missouri. Exercise finished there. Good job. Onto the stand, stay, get your leash. And there we have it. And they'll leave the ring with the dog under control. Next team coming in is going to be 304, Jean, an 8-year-old female Vizsla, with Denise Legendorf from St. Joseph, Illinois. The previous team lost a half a point. Retrieving glove number 3. Performing the command discrimination with the down stand. And now sit. Back to your dog. And exercise finished. Once she gets back to heel position, and they'll move on to the next exercise. Okay, next team coming into the ring is going to be team 305. This is Jelly, an 8-year-old female golden retriever. With Elise Levin from Amarillo, Texas. The last dog that was showing in this ring lost 8 points. That was the Vizsla 304.
Back down. Stay. Jelly, stand back. Stay. Jelly, sit. Turn. Stay. Girl. Right. Good. Let's go. Get in. Right here. Line up. Ready.
Stand, stay, get your leash.
Stand back. Stay. Turn your dog.
And exercise finished. Next team coming in is 306, Sammy, 8-year-old female golden retriever with Angie Martizna from Dayton, Minnesota. The last team lost a half a point.
Good girl. Good girl. Ready. Down. Wait.
And then we'll walk 15 feet here for the next positions. Change, which is the stand. Now the dog has to stay and wait. Handler walks another 15 feet, turns to face her dog. Sit position was the third and final. Now the dog must stay till the handler returns to heel position, and the judge says exercise finished.
Good girl.
Very good. Okay. Next is the stand, stay, get your leash. Nice control exercise. The handler walking outside the ring going to get the leash. Oftentimes the dogs get very enthusiastic about their leashes. A lot of handlers use them as another, training toy, Using the tools as toys and motivation and happy stuff. -0 off for that last team that was in the ring. This is team 307. This is Boz, 5-year-old male border collie with Teresa Mazzula from Clifton Park, New York. We're doing the directed retrieve exercise. Turning to pivot to glove number 3. Setting up for the command discrimination.
Down.
Second position change here is the stand. Handler will lead dog, walk another 15 feet for a distance of 30, turn to face her dog, and now the dog will sit on command signal and wait until the handler returns. Back to the dog to heel position, which time the judge will say exercise finished, and the handler will move to where they know the next exercise is. They don't need to wait for the judge to tell them to move and set up for the next exercise, which here in this ring today is the stand, stay, get your leash. The dog must stand on command. Command and or signal for that, and then stay until the handler returns to the dog. And the leash is attached. And the team is required to exit the ring with the dog under control. Okay, the next team coming into this ring will be 308. Tori, a 9-year-old female golden retriever with Kathy Moore from Norco, California. The last team lost 1.5 points.
Thank you for the dot. Without the jumps, it makes it jump. You're very smart. You're not going to cheat because you don't know it's there because there's no jumps. Right. Yeah, it feels weird, doesn't it? All right. Tori. Red. Standing.
Turning in place to face glove number 3, sending the dog. Happy retrieve. Coming back and come sit in front. And finish. And exercise finished. And now setting up for command discrimination.
Yes. Down. Wait. Sort of stand. Wait.
Stay for the final position change, which will be the sit.
Wait.
And exercise finished once she gets back to heel position. And good job. Cute little spin there at the end of that. A lot of handlers use little trick maneuvers like that that the dog loves to do, and use them in between exercises when moving to the next exercise. They're just little games and tricks in that. You'll see a lot of dogs will jump up and touch the handler's hand after an exercise finish. The handler will present their hand, and the dog does a little jump up. They'll do spins and twirls, and anything like that is perfectly acceptable. The dog has to remain under control and be readily under the handler's control. But all of those little fun tricky moves are perfectly acceptable between what we call between exercises. And that means after the judge has said exercise finished and before the next exercise starts. That dog lost a half a point in the ring. This is team 309. This is Griffin, a 4-year-old male Australian Shepherd. With Sylvie Nazolio from Cleburne, Texas. setting up for the stand, stay, get your leash. Back to your dog, returning to heel position. And exercise finished. Next team coming into the ring is team number 310. This is Spicy, a 7-year-old female border collie. With Maggie Polk from Williston, Florida. The previous team lost a half a point. We're catching up to the previous ring here, but the exhibitors seem to be moving right along, coming down here as soon as they finish in ring 7. So far we don't need to take a break, but it's okay. You can pretty much tell if we're on time enough, not going too fast and making the handlers rush too much, and the handlers seem happy to be continuing to come on along. So the whole key is really we're trying to make sure we accommodate fairly all the exhibitors so that we're not rushing them, but if they are more comfortable coming down and going in rather than waiting, we certainly will let them do that. We just don't want to have them feel like they're under pressure and must run from one ring to the next. Well done. Exercise finished. Going to set up for the stand, stay, get your leash. Back to your dog. Ready, turning to heel position. And an exercise finish. Leash your dog up. Leave the ring with your dog under control. That last dog did not lose any points. Next team in the ring is 311. This is Squeeze, 6-year-old female golden retriever, with Sherry Seibert from Schoolcraft, Michigan. Sherry has shown at this event numerous times. You see those little bounce up hand touches? I was just mentioning that, how several people will use those to keep the dog happy, engaged, so they understand their job and their work. Nice pivot to glove number 3. Picking it up. Coming back to a nice front. Take it. Finish, and the dog goes to heel position. The judge will say exercise finished. Take the glove from the handler, and then they'll go set up for the next exercise, which is command discrimination. The dog will down at the handler's side. Handler will leave for the second position change.
Down.
Dog's got to stay.
Wait. Wait.
There's your stand. Handler leaves, goes another 15 feet. And here comes your sit.
We sit.
And the dog must now stay until the handler returns. Gets back to heel position. And the judge will say, exercise finished. And they'll go set up for the stand, stay, get your leash. The dog must stand on command and or signal. No touching allowed for this exercise. And then stay until the handler comes back into the ring with a leash, at which time the judge will say, back to your dog. And the handler must walk behind, back to heel position, and the judge says exercise finish, at which time they can pet and praise their dog, hook the leash back onto the collar, and exit the ring with the dog under control. Nice job. Next team coming into this ring will be 312 Fresca, 8-year-old female Keyshound with Marion Crane from Burns Mill, Missouri. Last team lost 1 point. You may have seen Marianne in this ring earlier with Border Collie. She has excelled in these events with Border Collies and Keyshounds. She's had several beautiful Keyshounds through the years, shows in breed as well. Certainly one of our talented trainers. Loves the sport, loves training, loves figuring out the dog's mind. Nice down, stay, 15 feet for the next position change, which is the stand. Stay. Another 15 feet. And the dog will sit and stay while the handler returns. Exercise finished. Okay. Some nice talk, patting of the leg to get to move to the next exercise. All perfectly acceptable. Doing the stand, stay, get your leash. Handler walks outside the ring, gets the leash, comes back in, waits for the judge to say, back to your dog. At which time she walks behind the dog and back into heel position. And exercise finished. And nice job. And that team lost a half a point. Okay, we're waiting on the next team to make his way down here. That would be 313.
So can you do all this with your dog by now?
We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more dogs in this ring. So we're letting the exhibitors make their way down here from their from ring number 7. And Charlie should be here soon. We'll give a pause in the action. Okay, here comes Charlie. 313 with his dog Rocket. 7-year-old male Shetland sheepdog, often referred to as a Sheltie, with Charles Chimera from Cypress, Texas. And the steward has his gloves down in the corner. As soon as he is set up in the center of the ring, facing away from the gloves, the judge will indicate to the steward that she can drop. These stewards are paying very good attention in this ring. They've done an awesome job keeping this ring moving. Directed retrieve here. The glove number 3 is today's glove in this ring. The dog and handler will pivot together in place, turn to face glove number 3, and then the handler must direct the dog and tell the dog to go retrieve. And the dog has to go pick up the correct glove, bring it back, sit in front, give it up to the handler when the handler asks for it, and then exercise finish, and the dog finishes by going back to heel position. And now we're setting up for command discrimination. And this is the down stand set rotation. The dog will down in heel position, stay while the handler walks 15 feet away. The judge will then indicate to the handler to have the handler stand its dog. Stand. And now the dog must wait again. The handler walks 15 feet away, turns and faces his dog. And now the dog must sit. The handler is allowed to use voice and signals. So voice commands and signals for the entire exercise. Returns to heel position, and exercise finished. Okay, now we're going to do the stand, stay, get your leash. The dog will stand on command and signal. Stay until the handler gets the leash, walks back into the ring, waits for the judge to say back to your dog. The handler walks around behind the dog into heel position, and it's exercise finished. All he has to do is attach that leash to the dog's collar and leave the ring with the dog under control. And good job. The next dog coming into this ring is team number 314. This is Coaster. Coaster is a 3-year-old female Pumi with Samantha Miyamoto from Severn, Maryland. Last exhibitor scored a 0, no points off. Nice little retrieve there of the glove. Coming to front. Holding that glove until the judge says take it and the exhibitor goes to take it. Of course, the dog is not supposed to give up the glove. On the judge's order, it's to wait for the handler's command. Now the team is setting up for that command discrimination exercise. And the handler will have the dog stand. Nice stand. Wait. Stay. Handler walks away again. 30 feet. Dog will sit. And the handler returns to her dog by walking around behind it. Back into heel position. Exercise finished. And now we're going to do the stand, stay, get your leash. Okay, that last team, 0 off. Next team coming in is 315. This is Brett, a 4-year-old male Shetland sheepdog with Marcia Smith from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Some people think of this breed as miniature collies. They are not. I'm sorry, Marcia. That was kind of funny. She faced the wrong end of the ring. She's supposed to turn and face away from the back side of the ring for directed retrieve, but she fixed it and got a chuckle of herself out of this. So let's hope everybody's regrouped here. Cute little pivot. Okay, glove number 3. Go on out there and get that glove. I imagine Brett was thinking, what are we doing? And exercise finished. Good job. Good recovery for both handler and dog. It's hard coming directly out of one ring into the next and trying to keep track of all these exercises in each ring and where is each exercise. It can get rather confusing. But it's all about recovery, recovery, recovery. And they did a very good job doing that. So, very good.
Stand up. Stay. Sit. Turn.
Okay, now we're going to do that stand, stay, get your leash. And exercise finished. This was her 8th and final ring. It's very easy to get overwhelmed and brain tired. These exhibitors started showing at 7:30. Right now it's 3 o'clock. She lost a half a point in this ring. This next team coming in is 316. This is Ernie, 4-year-old male Keeson with Elizabeth Strecht from Hudsonville, Michigan. Directed retrieve, nice pivot, running out to the glove. Look at that beautiful full coat. Returning to heel position. A quick left pivot. When we talk about the dog going to heel position, it's often the handler's option as which way to finish the dog, either left or right. That was a left finish. You saw the dog turn out and away, and nice tight little turn and sit in heel position. Or the right finish is where the dog goes to the right behind the exhibitor and then comes into heel position. Both are perfectly acceptable, so long as they're performed by the dog with intent. The dog is focused, and we'll do the finish, complete the finish. The finish in and of itself is not a principal part of any exercise, which means that the dog doesn't have to complete a finish to qualify in the exercise. Okay, we have one more dog coming into this ring. The previous dog lost 31.5 points. That was that flub on command discrimination, unfortunately. Our last dog showing today in this ring is team number 317. This is Callie, a 9-year-old female Shetland sheepdog with Lynn Thomas from Kalamazoo, Michigan. And this will be the final dog in this ring. So all of you watching this ring, after you watch this dog, you should tune in to ring 8 to continue watching the action over there. They have several dogs left over there yet to judge. We'll keep you informed as the rings continue to finish. Ring 8 will be the first ring to finish. We'll keep you informed and give you updates about when we think awards will take place. We will televise the runoffs. Tune in to ring 1. All announcing for the runoffs will take place from the camera, with the camera from ring 1. So you will see the runoffs with the ring 1 camera. And then the same for the awards presentation. The awards presentation will take place in ring 1. Now both ring 1 and ring 8 will start tomorrow morning at 8:30, and that's when we'll run the top 50. But if you'd like to see who's in that top 50 today, be sure to tune in for the awards. We will try to give you a heads up on timing, but tune into ring 1 for further information once we're finished here with the camera at ring 8. There won't be announcing taking place from this ring, is my understanding. Okay, let's wrap up and do a good stand, stay, get your leash. We have a boo-boo on that command discrimination. Heartbreaking, but you always want to try to get your dog back up and feeling good about himself. Build some confidence. Back to your dog. And exercise finished. Okay. It's been a long, grueling day. Okay, that is a wrap for this ring, folks. Be sure to tune in to ring 1 as you leave this ring. Go over to ring 1 and we'll keep you posted. That dog lost 31 points. And we're all done.
We win. With a drink.
Carol, you can take the grip off the cocktails in 2 hours and come back. Everybody else can